Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Get Your Roll On. I am Captain Kirk, and I am happy that you are here. And this time, before I forget, we will go ahead and go back to some piano jazz this time. Get that rocking. I'm just going to drop off a link over on the Foundry Discord, and then we are going to get back into the scene of our village. But I hope everybody is having a good morning thus far, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time these words may find you. I am happy that you are here, and I hope that you are well. All right, and so we're about to finish up our sort of region map, as I like to call it, that sets all of the heights of the different areas that our tokens are going to be able to navigate to, utilizing our script to automatically set that height so that we can make sure all of our sightlines and everything like that are controlled seamlessly for our players. So we will very quickly go in and finish up this last one here. So these guys here are all also going to be at the 25 foot height, so we'll just knock those out, and then we can actually get into some of the fun stuff. Well, I suppose it would help if it selected the level I was trying to, or the region I was trying to draw more segments of. And then for those of you that were here yesterday, you'll know that this is going to be our vampire, or dampier, I should say, infested village. That will either be something for the party to, well, since this is sort of side content for the campaign, this will be something for the party to potentially ignore completely, to deal with and put down, or to try to utilize towards their own ends. So we'll see when that time comes. All right. And then we'll be doing lots of additional edits on this map. So next up, we will get into, we'll set the actual level that we're working on to its appropriate height, because it does look like 50 is going to be the top end height that we need for this one. Just based on wanting to have about, Actually, it might not even need to go that high. I guess 30 is our highest point in this map as far as the floor goes, and this is a more like traditional humanoid-sized village, right? So only really need that height clearance to be about 10 feet is probably what's appropriate for the average ceiling or roof. Of course, there are some places, considering some of this is like uneven cave tunnels, where it might be lower, right? But for the most part, we're pretty much just utilizing that for the navigating purposes and how much of a vertical shift there's going to end up being between this layer of our map and the next, because we are going to be overlaying another map over this one, utilizing our levels module in Foundry to actually create a multi-leveled scene where tokens will be able to go up topside and be able to come down into these cave networks to explore, right? So And so, again, if we have anybody new joining us that hasn't seen the previous sessions of this of the scene building for this campaign, essentially what you see me doing now is using the regions layer or the regions controls in Foundry to draw different zones. Each of those zones is going to automatically control the height at which the game shifts our tokens to as they move around the map, essentially allowing us to create a seamless experience for our players where they don't have to worry about managing the height that their own token is standing at, and allows us to kind of create, even though we're playing in a, top-down 2D environment with tokens and things like that, is essentially one facet of helping us to create a sort of simulated 3D experience for our players and for ourselves as well. And that, combined with the different wall heights, things like that, are going to automatically create sightlines, block sightlines, things like that, depending on the different heights that characters are standing at, and will help represent the different, like the levels of occlusion that will exist between different heights and at different angles and things of that nature. So, and that pretty much represents all of our regions here that we need for the moment. So, well, I guess I do need a 25-foot one here. All right. Okay, and so now I'll come back to our levels, right? We can edit. So this is where the region map is helpful for us, or helpful for me in my process at least, is it shows me, now I can look here, see exactly what the, at least height of the floor is at the highest point down here on this level. And so 30 feet being our highest point, kind of like I was mentioning before, that lets me know that I want 10 feet of clearance above that, right? So at 10 feet of clearance above that, that is going to put us at 40 feet, which is going to represent the top height of this level. The next thing I want to do is I want to enable make sure my edit levels is enabled. The levels module is interesting, or problematic, however you want to look at it. So this is our edit levels button. Most of the time, if you click this, it will turn yellow to indicate that the editing function is on. But as we can see right now, this color is not changing. Sometimes it won't. And so to make sure that you know whether you have edit on or not, because that will determine whether these heights, right, are locked, or whether you can change them. If you see the little trash can right over here, that means you have edit on. So you'll notice if I click that again, it disappears. So just because I love the levels module, and so we're just going to call this lower, and then we're just going to call this one upper, because we're only going to have 2 levels here, so we don't need to distinguish a ton. And then this level will start at, 40 feet. And for right now, I'm not 100% sure how high we'll need to go. So I'm going to give it more clearance for the top of the next level. I'm going to give it 50 feet of clearance. Now, the next level, right, the roof, air quoting, the roof on the next level is the sky, right? Because the next portion of this map is outdoors, the upper portion of this. So it's like, do you really need to set a top level? Well, so the answer is simultaneously both yes and no. So that is going to determine our foreground, right? So if you'll remember our last map back here, where we did this scene, we came in here and we utilized all these tiles to create this upper roof of this building here, right? And the only way that we're able to truly do that and allow tokens to move underneath it and have these pieces disappear so that a token inside of one of the rooms below this roof area can see inside those rooms and doesn't see the roof, is by setting the foreground height and making sure that these tiles excuse me, that we put down to create this roof area are in the foreground, right? So that's why when we click back to our village that we're working on here, bring back our region map, that's why over here we want to make sure that we have an appropriate upper set, because if or an upper limit set, because this, if we're using levels takes over all the controls for like our foreground, background, all of that sort of jazz. So essentially whatever we have is the upper limit of the height on this top level. That's going to immediately represent the foreground of that image. And so we will want that set appropriately, because we'll need to know where to set any tiles that we might be utilizing in the same way that we did to create that roof in the other scene, right? Now, I don't know that we'll be creating a roof for this scene specifically, but just so that people have an idea, right? And then levels does, unfortunately, like to be somewhat finicky when you set 2 heights of the same height. So I'll show you how we're going to deal with that here, because we'll notice that the top is 40, the bottom is 40. That should, in theory, allow us to come in here. So the way that we're going to do the second layer of this map is essentially I'm going to put it down as a huge tile that exists in this upper layer, right? So let's start with, and yeah, I think that this is why I remember. So keep in mind, it's been a minute since I built one of these multi-level maps, and it was in version 12. So I'm going to go ahead and put this down. It shouldn't be too terribly hard for us to get around this. Let's see here. Map files. desert maps. We want settlements. And then, here we go. This is the upper portion. So this is where we're literally going to drag and drop this entire map down as a tile, right? And then we're actually going to, I already kind of messed this up. So what I want to do is I actually want to click over and I actually want to be working. We'll turn off the edits so I can't accidentally do anything wrong here. So we're now going to drop this in, and then what we should see is if we left click, right, and we'll come up here, we should see that this has automatically, right, because we're operating in this upper level, this has already set the height for us. So we don't need to do any additional work there, right? Which that's always nice when we can skip having to do certain other pieces of things. So this is where we're now going to attempt to get this as pixel perfect as possible. And I think we've got it pretty much lined up. I'm going to click off of the tile very quickly just to see if I have any other seams sticking out, right? So both of these two map files are the same image. So I can see that I have the tiniest little bit of seam here. So this is where, you know, it's probably going to take me a lot of effort to get that shifted, but it looks like it's about a pixel off. I would be willing to guess that that's because this needs to be at that. And we'll see if that solves our pixel issue here. I could be more than a pixel off. Might be a few pixels. Okay, so it does look like we've got a little seam there, and it also, now that I'm zoomed in far enough, does look like it's more than the 1 pixel. So I'm going to actually guess that this needed to go the other direction, and it sure did. So that should have us pretty evenly. Let me click off so that I don't have my little border potentially occluding any of those seams for us. All right. Cool. So now that we have dropped that on there, we should be able to, right, click lower, and we'll notice that our upper level disappears. And then we go to upper, and the map returns, right? Now, this is where some of these things are going to be a little bit tricky, right? So some of the things that we're going to have to do on this upper level are pretty intensive to be able to make sure that we actually fully create visual occlusion between the areas here and here, right? Where clearly there's solid ground people can't see through. But we're still working on regions at the moment. So this is where I am going to go ahead and click back over. And we're done with our tile browser. We've got our next map layer. Came to lurk today. Congrats on affiliate. Did I make affiliate? Did that happen without me realizing? Is that a thing that can actually happen? I'm sorry. Hello, Meta. Thank you for coming to lurk. I appreciate you. Achievements. We're almost there. We're almost there. I'm missing one stream with an average of 3 viewers in rolling in the rolling 30 days. Thank you. Thank you. I have a sub button on your Steam. So it's had that ever, actually. The sub button has been there ever since I started. I don't think you have to be a sub to, or you don't have to get affiliate to get subs anymore. You simply have to have set up your monetization but you can't access any of the monetization from that until you've made affiliate. So it's like I have all that set up and the sub button's there, and people can sub, but I'm not technically affiliate as of yet, or at least like I can't set up ads and like do all of that sort of stuff. Not that I'm necessarily complaining about not having ads at the moment, but not quite there, but very close, very close. The sub button is no longer an indication. Yes, no, I appreciate it. Meta, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I mean, we might be able to get there with this stream. So who knows? Which, I mean, honestly would blow my mind because it's, this is actually day 3 of week 8 of my channel even existing. But I know you said you have to lurk, you have other things to do. Thank you so much for being here and lurking and helping my viewer count. You are awesome, Meta, and I appreciate you greatly. So, let's see here. So we were talking about regions. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create 2 tiered regions, right? That are going to essentially elevate our characters as they move from one level to the next, right? So utilizing these stairs here. So I've got a few that I'm going to create here. And this is where, because I don't imagine that there's going to be a ton of situations where I have players that are like hanging out actively on these stairs trying to engage in combat with somebody else. I don't know. The question of thoroughness, right? So essentially, I need this staircase to take a player from 30 feet, which is what we have down here, to 40 feet with the levels that we're going to build in here, or the regions that we're going to build in here. Because it needs to be at 40 feet to show here, even though this like technically looks like it's kind of like below 40 feet still, right? And then I've got this wall above here. How well are those seams lined up? You know what? I may just need to do this as a teleport. I think that that's probably going to be the better option, is for me to just do that as a teleport and not muck around with trying to have it just like fully ascend and descend the stairs naturally. Now this side over here, things look like they line up maybe a little better. Though I may just do that as a teleport as well. I probably will. That's just the easier way to do it. And less muss, less fuss, and make sure that we don't accidentally have... so this is... Okay, so I wondered whether this was going to be the case. So, unfortunately... Okay, here we go. I think I might be able to do this. Filter regions, elevation bottom, 40. No, not 41, 40. Okay, awesome. So by using the filter, I can go ahead and filter out all those other regions so that I can more clearly see what I'm drawing here. So the levels module came into existence long before regions let you, well, before the regions control, because if memory serves, I believe the regions controls were added in V12 of Foundry. We're on version 13 right now. And so originally, you did not have the ability to put down these regions that would automatically control token height and things like that. That kind of had to be managed manually. or by basically like kind of drawing a bunch of pictures. People figured out sort of ad hoc ways to do it. And so then eventually, because people were doing so many weird ad hoc things with drawings through specialized modules that let drawings do things that they wouldn't normally do, right? Essentially drawing all these different regions like we did on the lower map. They eventually added the regions module. And then from there, that allows you to, and I say module, they added the regions functions, and that's what we're utilizing to control token height. Very few people probably care about that piece of the little Foundry history, but you know, now you know, in case you were interested, I guess. In any case, let's get down to lining out our regions. So we don't have any regions selected, right? So we're going to draw a totally new one. We're just going to start here, and that color is so similar that I'm worried that it is the same region. So we're just going to start here. This is going to be our 40-foot elevation region. I don't need to write region. I don't know why I did that. And again, because we want this region to control token height, we want it to grab from 5 feet below. We want it to pull from 5 feet above. So we'll set the top and bottom heights here. Right, and then we will come, I don't think I have that hanging on the clipboard. Nope, I have the title to today's stream on the clipboard currently. So, I'm going to go grab my, my script here. And again, if anybody sees this either now or after the fact, and you're interested in utilizing scripts and regions in this same way to, you know, kind of create this 3D map for your players as they move about the scene, then by all means, feel free to reach out. You'll see a link to my Discord server here on the channel, or if you happen to be watching this after the fact on YouTube, you can find it in my YouTube links as well. More than happy to share any of these details with people. This is all stuff that I'm not good at scripting. So this is all stuff that I actually got help with over on the official Foundry Discord server. And as much as I am happy to be here and be a source of advice for people, and I am kind of doing these videos as a how-to, if you will, utilize Foundry and all the different wonderful ways that it can be utilized. I am certainly not the foremost expert on Foundry by any means. I have learned through lots and lots of trial and error. I've pretty much exclusively been using Foundry as my VTT for about 5 years now, and have predominantly played online during that time. And actually, I kind of love the experience that Foundry is able to create for players from like a visual perspective so much that I think, honestly, were I in living in very conservative, unfortunately, rural Texas, not a ton of D&D players here locally. I have some friends that I do play with occasionally, one-shots, things of that nature, but those are usually the kind of like little one-off sort of beer and pretzel-y type sessions that we're usually just doing theater of the mind. But if I was ever going to run a serious campaign in person, I think I would figure out a way to have Foundry projected in a way that would allow me to actually like create these sightlines and things like that for the players. Because at least for myself, right, even as just the DM, I feel like it helps create so much more immersion in that you actually now have the exact true sightlines that your character would have, right? You know what they can see, what they can't. You know, you can look through windows. It makes exploration to me kind of significantly more in depth, if you will. So actually, I'm going to go ahead and extend this out. This does kind of look like it's different layers of rock, and there is a small portion of me that's like, you know what? Actually, before I get any further, do I want to do that? Do I want to make that lower level this 40 feet in height? And you know what? I do. And this feels like a thing that shouldn't matter, right? But again, for me, it's all about kind of creating immersion. So this little like interior lip, if you will. Actually, there's an easier way for me to do this rather than backtracking all the way across what I've drawn. I'm just going to go ahead and close that up, and then I will come here to shapes, and we will goodbye into the ether with you. All right. So yeah, I want my players to be able to, like, if there's some situation where they're trying to hide and like crawl along this ledge and scout or something like that, I want them to be able to do so. And so the piece that if I can finish what I'm saying. So because I want them to be able to do so, essentially what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to turn this into the 40-foot region. Now, that would seem like it wouldn't matter, but, right, if I want sight lines and things of that nature to all be correct, then if I have a token at 35 feet here, right, say that this is below this area here, then what it'll actually do is that will throw them into this layer of the map, and then they will just kind of be hovering, right? And I still want them, while they're here, to be able to see if the character is tall enough, right? Because your character's height and that sort of stuff matters for all these sight lines. I want them to be able to see over this ledge here. All of that is a lot of explanation to essentially say that I'm neurotic about little details that will probably not matter in the slightest when people play my D&D games, but I will know it's there. And knowing my luck, it'll be the one moment that I'm like, you know, I don't need to worry about this, that a player will come over here and go, okay, is this a ledge? Can I crawl along this? So I would rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. And that is just the overall, say mantra is like the word trying to come to my brain, but my my process when it comes to maps like this. right. And then hopefully we can get enough. We can get our region map, so to speak, as I like to call it, when I build out this part of the process, finished today. And then we can actually do a full walkthrough via the regions with our token, make sure all of our heights are being controlled appropriately, see if there's anything we need to troubleshoot. And yeah, and then we can move on to actually starting to bring our scene to life with things like walls and floors and tiles and assets, oh my. Lighting all of that good jazz. Okay. Interesting. So we're going to make this the kind of landing point, right? Now we're going to set up that teleport region that's going to bring people up these stairs, should they decide to venture up here. But I want to have this little like buffer region here that's at that same height before it then comes up to this next height level here. And as I'm looking at this, based on the lighting, it does feel like there's kind of a lot of sloping and things like that going on in these areas. We'll decide how much I decide to actually play with that as I get into those regions. And part of the other thing that makes me think that I might need these like little ledges and things like that a little more than I might otherwise is given the nature of the campaign that I'm going to be running and that this map is going to be part of. So this map is going to be part of a campaign that is playtesting my FPS 5e supplement that I'll be releasing later this year. And so to kind of go hand in hand with that, the players are going to be the equivalent of sort of fantasy special forces, mercenaries sort of deal in this whole war that's going on between the giants and essentially the rest of the world at large in Evandel. And so that sort of leads me to believe that they might attempt to be more covert in their choices and in the way that they decide to handle things, right? And so it kind of makes me think that some of these ledges, right, I can definitely see players attempting to like sneakily move along these ledges up here to scout out what's going on the layer below, sort of deal. Also largely depends on what information they have when and if they even discover this place, right? Well, do they just have the information that this settlement's here? Do they find it accidentally? Do they know that there's something strange going on at this settlement, that, you know, there's people effectively being utilized as sort of cattle by these Dhampir or vampires? And you know, are they already coming with a mind to stop things? Or have they simply discovered that there's a village in the area and they're looking to enlist the village's aid, right, in their upcoming efforts against the Iron Compact? The Iron Compact being said army of giants, as well as several other species, actually. But not to sit here and have a huge lore dump. So a lot of it, though, will depend, like I was saying, on how much knowledge the players already have when they come here as to what sort of decisions they might make. You know, there will be the opportunity for them to already wholesale know what this place is, you know, what's become of this village, what's happening to the people here. And they may already be coming here with a mind to infiltrate it and put a stop to it. However, they could just discover this village somewhat organically, or only find part of the information, like I said, like the knowledge of the village's existence, and then they could just potentially be showing up as sort of envoys. So I always love designing pieces like this in the campaign that I run, because there is a very high likelihood that this entire map may not be engaged with whatsoever. But it's always fun to think about the potentialities of what would actually bring players to this place, right? And while I will say this is probably the least exciting part of the process, this is part of the process that I do actually enjoy the most, just because I find it very zen and sort of relaxing to come in here and line out all of these regions. Sort of like I like to cook quite a bit as well, and so it's like, if I'm not in a rush, right, and I'm not trying to make food in a hurry, then one of my favorite parts is actually like getting together all the like mise en place beforehand, right? Like, you know, chopping everything up, doing all that, and just having everything ready to go. Because it just feels so much nicer when you're actually like cooking and you've done all of your prep and everything like that. And I feel like it's kind of the same thing, as like that's part of why I enjoy this piece of it, because for me as the DM, it just feels so much nicer running the game when I've come in here and I've done all this prep. Now, that's my process, right? And I want to preface that because I don't want, I'm just some fucking guy on the internet. Like, let's just start there, right? So, sure, have I been playing D&D for a very long time? Yes. Sure. Do I know maybe more than the average bear about Foundry? Sure. But that doesn't mean that my opinion or my thoughts or how I think a D&D campaign should be run means anything more than anyone else's, right? There is no like term requirement on proficiency at running D&D campaigns. I've known people that have basically like read the player's handbook once, like maybe not even fully all the way through, immediately decided, okay, I want to run a game. That they've jumped into it and they've been amazing at it, right? And I also know tons of people that can run exceptional games with very minimal prep. And to be fair, I don't know that I feel like I can run an exceptional game with minimal prep. That may be just me being hard on myself, but regardless, I can run low prep games. It just feels so much nicer when I'm not having to react as much on the fly, or when my reactions can be based on things that I've already built, right? When that reaction can be me deciding what to pull in that I've already created, as opposed to having to wholesale come up with things on the fly. Now, I do also think that thought process, because in any type of whatchamacallit, theater of the mind scenario, I am incredibly prep light. And that's because in a theater of the mind situation, I can simply just utilize my words, right, to explain something or create something that I need to based on a choice that a player's made, or things of that nature, where some of the love of the doing the prep and the wanting to do as much prep as I do for my campaigns that I run is, I think, a little bit a byproduct of utilizing Foundry, because it is, I will say, as far as VTTs go, while I do think that it is the best, it is the least fluid. That's probably the best way that I could put it. And what I mean by that is, there is, for most things in Foundry, enough setup that it is hard for someone to just on the fly pull something out of thin air. If you were running a homebrew campaign, right, that utilizes a lot of sort of non-standard D&D versions of things. I am late to the party because I was work focused. We'll need to go back to work focused, but I'm here to lurk. In a few minutes because work focus thing I need to do is busted. Oh no. Oh no. Well, I'm sorry that the work focus thing that you need to do is busted, but thank you so much for being here. Machiavellian Raccoon, I appreciate you, or Marg, right? If I remember correctly. My brain wants to shorten your username to Maki, but I would worry that sounds... yes, you remember correctly. Okay, cool. That's what I thought. Maki is also okay. Okay, well, awesome. Okay. I just didn't want it to seem like I was being... I don't know what, but... in any case... But no, I'm happy you're here. I'm sorry work focus things are crazy. Yeah, I guess when it comes to like any type of giving somebody a nickname like that, or utilizing a nickname like that where it sounds cutesy, I worry sometimes that I come off as... Like, I don't want to come off as infantilizing or something like that. That's not my intended goal by any means. But since she is here, you should go check out Machiavellian's Raccoon's channel. If you are listening to this on YouTube, I will make sure a link to her channel is in the show notes. or in the video notes down below. Yes, no, you should definitely check out her stuff. And if you sub her channel, you will get access to possibly the single greatest emote to ever exist, which is tiny Cthulhu in a raccoon suit twerking. At which, yep, that's the one. That is the one. I had no idea that the world needed that emote until I saw it, and it's become quite possibly like my favorite emote of all time. Or emoji, whatever the appropriate term for those things are. But yes, let me not take you away from work things. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. And I hope that work things can be less busted as the day goes on for you. Yeah. Right. Got this little guy over here to do. Just glad people are loving it, to be honest. I have another one that Birdie. Oh, okay. So Positronic Network is Birdie. Okay. I've heard you refer to Birdie a few times on your streams, and I wasn't sure who that was. So thank you for that clarification. That just made that seems to resonate with folks. An emote of a hey cat. But the minute the twerking little dude appeared, it absolutely took over the spot of my most used emote. Oh, dude. Yeah. No, I mean, I don't know how it couldn't. It's it's so good. It's so good. Like I said, if you would have told me that the thing that I needed in my life is a tiny Cthulhu in a raccoon suit twerking, like, I don't know that I ever would have believed you until it actually was a thing that was part of my life. So there you go. So big ups to Birdie for that one. Although now I'm also imagining an emote of like Nyarlathotep making it rain. See if it's fixed itself. Well, I will keep my fingers crossed that work has fixed itself for you. And again, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for lurking. I really appreciate it. You are awesome. For sure, for sure. Completely understandable. Life, work, things of that nature must come first. Right. Right, so we can trace this around here. Oh, oh. Yeah, no. I'm gonna do this. Around here like this. So the strange sounds that you just heard me making is because I got to the edge of this bridge and my brain went, well, what if I want somebody to be able to walk under this bridge, along this ledge? And the truth is that I can just create a teleporter for that, and we can, you know, just handle how much movement that takes for a character to do that. While I do like in some instances for that sort of thing to be the case, and if I have a player who's like, I'm going to take cover under this bridge if there was like a combat situation, like that is something that I can handle just ad hoc, like on the fly. Like we can just have their token sitting here and we can just say that they're underneath the bridge. Yes, I would like that like level of immersion and things like that. Oh my God, am I going to do this to myself? It's like I'm sitting here saying all the reasons why I don't need to do it, and then I'm just like, but what if I just did it like this? And then no, because it'll be, yeah, the reason why I'm not going to do it is it'll be too wonky to have, because essentially the way that it will look, right, is to the token that was actually under the bridge on this ledge. Because this is all like, you know, keep in mind, this is not actual 3D image. I can't peel away any pieces of this other than to just go down to the lower layer. It looks crazy as I'm dragging this thing around, but I can't stop drawing this region while I'm having this thought. So since I can't peel any of those things away, essentially the way that I would have to do it is that the token would be able to move into there if it were under a certain height, right? And then once it moved into that space, the token, from the token's point of view, it would just be sitting on the bridge, right? But everything above it, like it would still be seeing the bridge, but it wouldn't be seeing any of the things above the bridge, which is, you know, essentially what technically kind of like should happen, and they'd be able to see the things in the space below, but it would also mean that you would have technically tokens that are like both right next to each other on the map, just at different heights. And then you can end up in situations where there's like tokens underneath under other tokens, and it just becomes very fumbly to try to like control, or sometimes like, you know, if one token is large enough compared to the other, it can just get completely lost underneath one, and then you've got to like move that token to then let the player get their token, yada yada yada. So long story short, while I would love to be able to do that, and you know, were I designing a level in, you know, Unreal Engine or something along those lines, I would absolutely have that space along the underside of the ledge for some player to be able to, you know, parkour their way around these pillars and along this ledge and all of that sort of stuff. But for this, we can just handle it with the teleport and say it will use X movement, or if already X movement has been used, this will force you to dash or whatever, and it'll just take them from here to here. You know, I need to take my own advice sometimes and say that sometimes good enough is just good enough, you know? The other thing is I am strictly doing this for a campaign that I am just running for playtesting my own material that I want to actually have a whole campaign that goes along with. So that way it's just a little more fun and engaging for the players, because while I will definitely be running with players some just mechanics, simulation, testing, encounters, like testing, like that kind of thing, you know, sometimes that piece can be a little boring, right? So these players are any of the players who participate in this campaign. I mean, they're being awesome enough for me to help me play test my materials. So it's like, I feel like the least I can do in return is like give them a cool campaign to engage with along the way, you know? Okay. All right. There's that. Okay, and then we've got so this is probably actually, as I've gone through and I've done all of this, as I've come over and now actually paid attention to this portion of the map, like this section right here is probably the biggest justification for what I am currently going in and doing on this map to create this little like ledge or shelf, so to speak. Because this is actually a pretty big area that is very clearly below the majority of the like terrain on this upper level. So little moments like this that help me justify my neurotic need to obsess over every detail. Right, so we've got that lower sort of recessed region taken care of. So now we can actually go about doing what the majority of the rest of this region will be, which is actually, now that I know that that is our 40-foot, right, space, the rest of this region will actually be roughly 45 feet. So go ahead and close this guy out. Did I do the script? I did do the script. Okay, cool. Always have to double check. Why does this look like the identical color? Could I maybe get a different? Okay, that's, we like that. Or blue, that's fine. Just, it's always hard to identify regions very easily when they're right next to each other if the colors are too close together. So I wanted like a little more variation than essentially two regions that are the same shade of highlighter yellow right next to each other. So for the most part, I'm content to let Foundry just assign whatever color it dictates it wants to assign to the regions that I'm drawing most of the time. But if I'm doing a lot in very close succession or things like that, I tend to be a little pickier about it. But yeah, when the colors are that close together, it's just too easy for because part of why I do these region maps as well is not just controlling the token height, because in truth, it's part of it is, like I said, it's the mise en place sort of of setting up the rest of the scene for myself. Because this is going to give me that very quick visual reference of the height of every sort of region and area on my map, so that way I can go, okay, well, I'm going to put this tile here. I want it to represent X in Y space, right? And so I need it to be Z height, because I can just very quickly look at my regions control. I can mouse over the region on the map, and then it will highlight, and this is why I name all of these regions by right, their elevation, so that way when I go back, I can just mouse over it and I can go, oh, okay, this is 40-foot elevation, this is 45, so I need it to be at this height when I'm putting down this asset and things like that. So yes, one of the secondary benefits of doing this, though, is that we can utilize that script to control our token's height. But if I really only wanted, if I only cared about controlling the token's height with these regions, I would not need to draw the entirety of the region. Essentially, the only places where I would actually need to put these regions down, if that was the only piece that I cared about, and I didn't want to have it as also a visual reference for myself, would be if I was, or if I didn't want it as that, I would essentially just need to create small regions at the points where the regions border one another. So that it will shift height when a token moves from one of those spaces into another. But like I said, I want that visual representation of, okay, this whole area here is this height, and so therefore that's why this is part of my process. Okay, so as I'm looking at things here, we definitely have kind of a slope up going on here towards this hill, right? So the question now is, does that slope start over here? And as I'm kind of looking at the map, it sort of looks like the slope is kind of vaguely this shaped, right? So I am going to go ahead and keep the rest of this bridge right at the same height then, because it doesn't look like it's an area that these things are sloping up to in that same way. Or does it? I suppose it actually kind of does. Now that I look at it, it almost looks like the slope comes around here, and it does slope up ever so slightly towards this bridge, which is at a higher elevation than this area here where I'm drawing this region into. And so, because of that, I think I am going to take the slope around this way, or take this level around this way, and then I'm going to create the next kind of tier of the slope moving towards the bridge, and the bridge will be on that level, and then we'll have another kind of tier to it that is this sort of raised area here. Because in total, I want these kind of very sort of pronounced looking raised areas to be about 10 feet in height above this recessed area down here. Because I want these to just be walkways that the players can walk under and don't necessarily have to squeeze under, right? So we're going to do our best to kind of give this some natural curvature based on those wants. Okay, and then same thing here. This kind of looks like where this slope up is happening. And it almost looks like it curves around here. And this is just, you know, so this is basically just by feel. Nothing is actually defining the way that this, you know, the curves of these, you know, different height regions should be applied to this map. But I'm just kind of roughly using the, like, the lighting that the map already has and the shading that the map already has to kind of inform my decision of what to do where. Oh, and I have a whole nother staircase up here, so I'm going to have to create another teleport there at some point. Okay, and then we will... And then I'm going to take it around. This whole little raised area here. Now, this one actually is lined out very nicely. Not that the whole map doesn't look great, right? But it's just for the purposes of me knowing what height things kind of need to be at. This gives me a very sort of distinct sloped path upward here. So that makes it very easy for me to know where to put this region in relation to that, because very clearly, at least to my eyes, that's where that path upward would begin. So this is where we would go up in height to the next region there. And then it doesn't clearly look like this, but I'm going to say that it slopes up towards this sort of cliff edge there. And I kind of feel like that area there looks like it's sloped upward. So just kind of taking this around through what I feel like the recessed area or path through this would sort of naturally be. And I'm okay with this being kind of a fairly like steep slope here. So as somebody comes out of this, because it does look like it kind of, you know, you're coming out of this and then immediately there's like this hill that sort of goes up and around. So creating a thin band there for that intentionally. And then now we brought it back around to this little cliffside, so I can just follow the path, or at least as best as it is lined out. There's some overlap of the huts, but that's totally okay. Just give it the most natural line that we kind of can underneath there that makes the most sense for the edges that we have. Nope. Ta-da. And so this is going to be our 45-foot elevation. And again, we want it to grab from 5 feet below. We want it to grab from 5 feet above. So we'll set this one at 50. And then we're going to execute script. When a token enters, and we'll just pop our script in there. And this is 45-foot elevation. So we will set our height parameter thusly. All right. Okay, so this lets me know where 45 feet in height is here. So the question becomes, are there spaces of 45 feet in height on the opposite side? Or is this portion over here sort of just recessed lower than the general height at which the rest of this sits? And I'm going to say yes. This area here all looks, for the most part, fairly flat and even. You know, we can even see that the majority of it is just where sand is like atop this like rock plateau. And that's kind of going on here, but it definitely looks like there's a lot more tiers and shapes and things of that nature. Does look like maybe this area here should be another little section of 45 feet in height. So I'm gonna go ahead and fill that in. All right. Look and see if there's any other spaces where it looks like it's kind of recessed down. I kind of feel like this feels like one of those spaces. So I'll just come in and fill this portion in here. Okay. Yeah, I think that pretty well lines out everything that I want to be at that height. So next, we will go ahead and unselect this region, and we will start a new one. And this can be our 47.5 foot, because I want to give this a little more. Now here I went from 40 to 45, right? But I want there to be, you know, we're talking about, this represents like a ledge down from this main area here. Here, this is, you know, players coming up sort of out of this cavernous stairwell hole, right? But this is sort of more gradiated, sloping terrain, right? With hills and things of that nature. So I want it to have a little more ease to some of those height transitions. And so now we'll go in and we'll sort of create our bands, if you will, of elevation. Going anything less than, I mean, yes, if I wanted to be absolutely hyper detailed, I could do foot by foot the elevation of like every little spot on this whole map. But good enough is good enough, right? And I don't know that doing that would add enough. So that's always kind of the question that I ask myself too, is it's like, there are certain levels of detail that I do, because the question in my mind is, if a player engages with this level of detail that I'm putting in here, does it have the potential to improve the experience? And that's kind of where I draw the line. So if I were to do this entire map with a whole bunch of different elevations based on, you know, going literally by like 1 foot increments to do all the tiny gradiated slopes of all of the everything here, and these hills and all of that sort of stuff. The question is do those tiny micro adjustments in height really add anything for the player truthfully in their experience? And I think that the answer for me is no. As a matter of fact, not only will that detail go unnoticed, but because there is a small amount of, like, it does stop your token when you first move from one region to another and it adjusts the height. I mean, it's very easy to continue moving again afterwards. If I were to stack so many layers so tightly close together to actually give it a true, like, you know, true topography feeling to the way that these, you know, regions are controlling height, it would actually, I feel, be more detrimental to the game than beneficial. But 2.5 is, I feel like, a nice middle ground that doesn't feel like the drastic 5-foot jump in elevation, right? But gives something that that creates some subtle variance between the two. So that's a really long-winded way of me explaining why it is that I feel like this is the way that I should go about doing this thing that I'm doing at the moment. Just sort of losing. There we go. Right, so this will be 47.5. And then, again, I'll give it that same 5-foot buffer on either side of where I want it to grab from for adjusting the height. Which is important for two reasons on this map. One, because we have a lot of them filtered out at the moment, right? But we do have a ton of overlapping regions, right? With a lot of varying different heights. So clearly, I want to make sure that somebody down here, right, on this lower level of the map doesn't accidentally, like, walk over this way and then just get sucked up all the way into the top layer of the map. So setting that will just make sure that it's not grabbing a token from lower or higher than I want it to. And as I've mentioned several times before, you know, there are a lot of ways for players to get things like the ability to fly, right? In D&D, and if a player is flying, I also don't want them to immediately get, like, sucked back down to the earth just because they moved their token over one of these areas. So people who have watched more of these will probably have now heard me explain that for the millionth time, but because there's always the potential for so many new viewers and people might pick up, you know, not where the series began if they're watching these on YouTube or something like that after the fact, I always want to go into the detail of why I'm doing what I'm doing, right? In a lot of those situations, so. All right. So here's going to be an interesting one. This kind of feels... No, please give me this, and please give me that. Yes, thank you. Right, and the question becomes as we get into these spaces down here, where does this need to end? So it is clearly going to border all the way around here. I don't know, something about this, like, extension of the, like, cliff wall over here feels like it's sort of jutting upwards, so I am going to draw around this so that I can give it that feeling. And then I would say this area here almost feels the same to me. So we'll do the same thing. We'll bring this back in. Then down through this line over here. All right. So there we go. Got that whole slope all taken care of for us. So now as we come up this hill area here, right? And then that's going to make sure that this point is at 10 feet above this point down here, which is going to put these bridges at that height, which is what we want. So hooray. Oh, no. No, it doesn't. I need several more layers to get to that point, don't I? I do, but that's all right. We can still make that happen. Yeah. And then this is one of those things that it's like, if you're going to try to create this same sort of effect with like sloping terrain and rolling sands and that sort of stuff. I mean, so much of this is just based on feel, right? And just kind of, like I said, looking at the map, judging based on sort of the highlighting and things like that it gives us, what height I feel like these pieces or portions would actually be at. And there's really no right or wrong. And you could just as easily, right, have all of these on your own. If you were to, let's say, do this exact same map, you could just as easily have no true height gradation to any of these pieces here. And that would be just fine. I mean, honestly, having this much verticality, I just love playing with verticality on my maps in general, which is why I like creating multi-level maps and things like that. I just like the... I'm, to a certain extent, I love D&D and I love role-playing, right? But to a certain extent, I'm also like a minis wargamer at heart. And so I love the way that you can create like visual sightlines and, you know, create all these interesting sort of tactical movement options and things like that when you have this much layered verticality to a map, because suddenly you have to start thinking about things in 3 dimensions, right? As opposed to just, well, I go left, I go right, I go that sort of thing. And to me, right, and this is all things relative to all people, for myself, I'm the kind of player, right, and I think at the end of the day, every DM designs campaigns or games or whatever the case may be that they want to play, right? And so I want, like, if I were the player, my ideal D&D campaign would have, you know, all the story elements, would have opportunities for roleplay and intrigue and all of that. I love all of that too. But when it comes to combat, I want it to be gritty. I want it to be tactical. I want it to be like visceral feeling. And I want the sort of, you know, I want to have to think. I want to have to, from one turn to the next, and this is also part of why I like the optimization scene in D&D. Like, I'm a dirty optimizer at heart. Don't hear what I'm not saying. And I love creating optimized characters, but my definition, and I think that everyone's definition of optimization, unless you were just saying thing that does the most damage, right, in Dungeons and Dragons is different. And so it's like, my idea of optimization is a character that gives me some type of tactically interesting option to potentially engage with every single turn. And what I mean by that is, it's like, I can't stand personally play whatever you want to play. That's the great part about D&D. D&D is for everyone. And you can play it literally however you want to play it. That's the wonderful part about it. There is no right or wrong way to play it. There are right and wrong groups and tables for players, right? Or right and wrong players for DMs and things like that. But there's no right or wrong way to play D&D. And so for myself, though, I can't stand characters that it's like, this is the thing that I do. I've built this character to do this thing. It's all they do. They do it the best that it could ever be done. Blah, blah, blah. You know, and it's like, sure, it might be hyper effective, but it's like, when your turn is literally copy and paste, I do the same thing every single turn for the most part, outside of a few outlier situations. Like, that just sounds like the most mind-numbingly boring experience in the world to me. So it's part of why everybody, you know, even in when everybody trashes on it, I love Ranger as a class. It's my favorite class in D&D. Like, hasn't always been, actually, but has been for quite some time. Certainly since 5th edition. And I think it's because to a certain extent, I'm too much of a contrarian, and everybody says that it sucks. And so I'm just like, hold my beer. I'll show you why it doesn't. That's my own ego talking, I suppose. But yeah, I like it because the fact that it doesn't have just an, oh my God, here's the thing that it does better than everything else, means that it doesn't have nearly as many suboptimal options in a given round. And what I mean by that is, like, a lot of characters will end up getting built to where it's like, this is the thing you should be doing. And technically it's like, if you're doing anything else than this, you can do whatever you want. You can play a character however you want, right? But it's like, if you just look at it from a mechanics perspective, and my brain always thinks about the mechanics, even when I'm role playing and that sort of stuff, it's just, I'm a, you know, math brain at heart, right? And so I'm always thinking about the numbers. And so it's like, the numbers say that this is what you should be doing, right? And really and truthfully, anything other than that, you are actively choosing to, like, do the less beneficial or effective thing, which is totally okay, right? Like I said, you can play a character however you want, but it hurts my brain a little bit to know that I am taking the mechanically suboptimal choice, or that I am making the mechanically suboptimal choice. And that's, like I said, I'm a dirty power gamer at heart. But so that's why something like the Ranger, you know, where it doesn't have the, like, the easy, this is the thing you should be doing every single turn, makes it the most fun and engaging to play, because every single turn I'm like, all right, well, how am I going to get the most out of this turn with what this class is giving me in this moment? Because there's not just a screaming on the page, like, here's the thing, here's your win button, you know, because most of the classes in D&D, for the most part, and especially sometimes even more so subclasses, they're going to give you some kind of win button. And no, you won't by default just automatically win the encounter. But what I mean by the win button is it's going to give you something that is like the thing to do to most effectively benefit your party. And keep in mind, all of this is within the context of a combat scenario, right? There are so many additional layers to D&D beyond just combat, and I do love those pieces of it. But it's like, when I'm in combat, my brain goes into math mode for the most part. And that's just how it works for myself. So this is going to be 50 feet in height. Some thinking here. Sorry. Yeah, I do think I want some of these, like, raised areas here to actually be at a higher elevation than this base platform. As I'm kind of looking at this, like, to me, just looking at it, it looks like that's how it should be. Say, Horizon Walker Ranger is probably my favorite subclass in general. It's both mechanically interesting and strong, and the theme is also great. Yeah, no, that's like the perfect example, right? And it also, a lot of it depends so much on the context of the game. Sometimes you're playing a character in a meat grinder campaign, right? And, like, it's just meant to be mechanically difficult as possible. Like, it's going to all be just a bunch of tough encounters. have a backup character ready, etc., etc. And it's like in certain situations like that, it's like, well, okay, playing anything but a Gloomstalker, well, not with the 2024 rules, but talking in like 2014 rules, it's like playing any other ranger than a Gloomstalker is probably not a good idea because that's the best one. Like from a combat perspective, it is the best one. But yeah, no, I mean, there's so many that you can make effective and powerful. One of the coolest characters that I only got to play it in a one shot, and man, I would love to actually be able to play this character in a true campaign at some point, but it's like I get so little time to actually like play D&D, and it's like the time that I could be using to be in games of D&D is the time that I'm using for this, and this is clearly very important to me as well. And so I prioritize, streaming and things like that. But one of the coolest characters that I ever got to play was it was a war cleric, Horizon Walker Ranger, and yeah, super fun. Super, super fun. He was a warforged, and he was a bounty hunter for the gods. Specifically, he worshipped the Red Knight, but he was sort of leased out by the Red Knight to the other deities, if you will, for contracts. But yes, also hello, Ilya. I'm glad that you're here today. I hope that you are doing well, good sir. Ilya, for those who haven't heard me mention him before, was one of the awesome folks that I met over on HoboZone's server. HoboZone is a YouTuber or a YouTube channel dedicated to Baldur's Gate 3 builds and some of the most creative and interesting takes on Baldur's Gate 3 builds you'll ever see. And the cool part is, while not all, because there is so much of like builds in Baldur's Gate that are tied to itemization, right? And there are certain builds that kind of only work because of pieces of equipment that you can get in Baldur's Gate that you're not necessarily going to be able to just get in a game of D&D at a table. But a lot of them, I would say at least a good 70% of them, have a lot of really cool translatable ideas to tabletop. And actually, from an ideas standpoint, you could translate any of them to tabletop. It's just mechanics-wise, it might not work one for one from tabletop, but I would say about 70% of them, you could just straight up take the build as he's done it for Baldur's Gate, and you could make a D&D character like that. Now, keep in mind, the other thing that does cut off some of those options between Baldur's Gate and D&D is the fact that Baldur's Gate allows multi-classing regardless of ability scores. Something that I've actually, I don't know, I've considered playing around with that in my games. Yeah, I don't know. But then again, I'm also the DM that because I'm a dirty power gamer at heart, it's like I actually love it when my players power game. Like a lot of DMs hate it. A lot of DMs are like, don't want their players to like make broken, busted characters. And I don't know if it's just because I've been DMing for so long now, and not that in any way, shape, or form makes me like a better DM than anybody else, right? But it's maybe that I just have a different take on it. And the thing that I began to embrace, because at one point in time in my life, that was all I played with was other dirty min-maxing power gamer expletives like myself. Like, I am one of these people. I am lumping me into this category. But that for a long time, and I was pretty much always the DM, right? And this was in 3.5, where, oh my God, if you knew how to character build, like, okay, people talk about games with and like skill gaps, right? You hear it mostly referred to in the like multiplayer FPS space. But because I actually engage with a fair amount of those, FPS games are some of my favorite games, hence why I'm doing FPS 5e, right? Okay, so I do need to trace around this building. Sorry, I'm just kind of like double checking some details over this way. Let me zoom out and get a better look here. Okay, so I do need to actually go all the way around this thing. I do think I am going to have pretty much all of this at one level, largely because I just have a very hard time imagining that the only piece of this area over here that looks like it would have any like gradiating in the like height of the terrain or anything like that would be these hills back here. And to a certain extent, I just don't think that there's ever going to be any like situation that the height in relation of one object to another tactically that is going to occur back here is going to be so important that the height of these hills matters. So I'm actually going to leave those guys just like they are. So the easiest way for me to actually do this, and this will also demonstrate something else with Foundry, rather than actually tracing all the way around the outside, because I could come over... Oh, God, stop. Could come over... Oh, my God. To this corner, down, and then across over here, right? And then come up and then go all the way around the perimeter of this building. This, I'm going to show how we can just utilize creating a hole, right? To basically cover up, like we're going to put this whole thing inside. Oh my goodness. We're going to put this whole thing inside of our region. Sorry, the movement controls of the map definitely leave something to be desired on the region's drawing side. And so a lot of times if you get too close to an edge, the map will move when you don't want it to. And then oftentimes when you're trying to get it to move so that you can continue drawing, it seems like it doesn't want to. So the exclamations that you heard a moment ago were because, yeah, that was basically what was happening. And that's why it looked like the map was flying and flailing all over the place. But in any case, so yeah, basically I'm going to go straight across this area here, right? You'll see what I mean when I get over here. Go that way. Go that way. Thank you. Yeah, here's the ledge. So yeah, I'm going to come along here. Follow my ledge. And then I'm just going to shoot straight across to where this starts. And then I'll show you how we can go back and just then draw around the building to create a hole. So we did that several times in the lower portion of the scene, right? But because we have definitely some folks watching today that weren't here yesterday, or there might be somebody watching this recorded on YouTube after the fact that hasn't watched the previous one. So we'll go over how you can draw an extra shape within a region and use it to create a hole in that region. And for expedience sake, I do actually think this is going to be the faster process than tracing all the way around the building right now. But it's also a good way for if you ever make a mistake and you ever like accidentally cover up something that you didn't mean to cover up when you're drawing one of these regions, and you include something in the region that you didn't mean to include in any region, regardless of whether you're using them for this, you know, sort of height functionality like I am, or whether you're using one of the numerous other regions functions. There are so many things you can do with regions. Like I said, I'm just bad at scripting. So, I mean, if I was better at it, I mean, I could make all kinds of lighting trigger effects happen and things of that nature. And would be cool. I would like to eventually learn to do those things. But that's like, even this to a certain extent, like, I almost feel bad about streaming because like so much of what I'm doing right now is so unnecessary to run a successful, engaging, and fun campaign for your players in D&D, right? There are just certain aspects and details that like I'm kind of obsessed with that make it important for me to do these things. And since I have to do all this prep anyways, I figured what better way for to spend more time with folks in the community than to be here and do it on stream and get to hang out with you guys while I do all this D&D prep. So plus, it'll be cool for anybody who watches these pieces of it. I am also going to be streaming eventually the campaign that all of this prep is for. So it'll be fun for you guys too, or at least in my mind, I think it'll kind of be fun for you to have been able to peek behind the curtain and actually see what my thought process was like when creating all these things, and then also then see how the players decide to interact with all those things that I've created, right? So... I don't know whether that piece would be fun. I feel like that. I guess I feel like we all try to make the content that we would enjoy, right? Kind of like I try to build the campaign that I would enjoy. And I feel like I would enjoy watching somebody like build out their whole campaign and then watch it actually play out, seeing how like players handled different pieces of it and that sort of deal. Seems like it would be really neat. We already have 2 shapes in here. Okay. Well, we'll create this. I'm wondering where the other shape is. I clearly drew something that my brain has now immediately omitted from 5 minutes ago. This one's going to be at 50 feet. Ta-da. Execute the... Ah, right. I drew this one over here. Okay, right. Now I remember. I was like, what did I do? Okay, so now I'm going to come in here, and I'm basically going to line this guy out as though I were going to do another region with it, right? And then I'll show you how we handle this guy. Since we'll have to create some elevation shifts with the stairs over there. Ta-da! Right. Boom, 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 boom. And so, yeah, we're just outlining this guy, and then what we'll be able to do from here is on that Shapes tab, it's going to allow us to turn this whole thing into what the regions functionality and tool defines as a hole, which will essentially stamp a big hole, right? And so this is where I'm going to extend this out a little further than I went the first time, intentionally, right? And so now that shape disappears. Because as far as the region layer is concerned, I've done 2 overlapping shapes, so the only thing that it's added is the piece that was outside the bounds of what I had already drawn. However, if we go here into our shapes, right, your most recent shape that you've drawn is always going to appear at the bottom. And so when we look at the shape here, and we zoom in, we can see the dotted outline of this building here. And we can see the option, make a hole. And bam. Like so. And now we've taken this whole piece back out of that region by creating a hole object within the same region. The other way to go about it would have been, like I said, to come down here and then just trace around the outside. And to be fair, that actually, since I had to trace around the outside to create the hole, probably time-wise about the same. However, it gave a decent way to just demonstrate that on a larger scale, so to speak, than some of the very small ones we did yesterday on the level below. So, and also, like I said, even if it was a situation where, let's say, I had accidentally covered up one of these huts, sometimes it will just be much more beneficial, or sometimes, you know, like, let's say this bridge wasn't here, right? And so this was just a fully, like, all 4 sides of this building were exposed. I just draw the actual region first, go back, then trace the building, create a hole to take it back out of that region again. So, right. Now I have the Vandal song, Whoa, Dig a Hole, stuck in my head. So there you go. Right, and I'm going to make these guys part of that 50-foot region. But I do want those hills that are kind of in the back there to be higher than the edges. So that's why I'm putting these into the 50-foot region and not saving them for the 55. Or for the, because we are also going to do a 52.5. Spoiler alert. All right. Hey, Doom Dreams. Welcome, welcome. I hope that you are doing well today, good sir. How have things been in your world? Oh, yeah, no, I mean, I knew it was you. I guess I just didn't know if, since you're Username here was Doom Dreams. I didn't know if you wanted... I didn't want to dox your Discord username. If you didn't want it so. So... But how's it going, man? How have things been in your world? How was your trip to... Did you take your trip to Egypt? Oh, you're heading to Egypt on Saturday. Okay. I remember you mentioning that that was coming up. I wasn't sure how soon it was coming up. Dude, that's going to be so cool. Ancient Egyptian culture has always been one of the most fascinating, like ancient cultures to me. So I would definitely, Egypt is definitely one of the places I want to go and be able to see. And of course, it's like I want to go for all the like most touristy pieces of it, right? Time to get super drunk in Egypt. Well, get drunk on a pyramid for me. If that's a thing that you can do. Actually, that would probably get you arrested. Maybe don't get drunk on a pyramid for me, but I hope you enjoy your trip. What all do you have planned for Egypt, if you don't mind my asking? Besides getting super drunk. Oh, more like a hotel holiday. Okay, fair. I mean, hey, as long as it allows you the catharsis that you are looking to get from it, then that's the important part. Fully paid for and unlimited drinks and food. Okay, it's hard to complain about that in any environment. I'd take a trip to Oklahoma with free drinks and food, So, well, maybe not Oklahoma. Apologize if I have any listeners from Oklahoma. My whole family is from there, so it's not like I don't know what I'm talking about. Oh, Sealed 6 is full dead right now. Yeah, I mean, honestly, my biggest passion is definitely like RPGs, tabletop role-playing games, all of that sort of stuff. And honestly, with all the the generative AI created content that they were selling in the store, like, I don't know. It was just, I was done with it at that point. If they stop it with the generative AI nonsense, then I might consider coming back to it. But yeah, otherwise I'm pretty much done with Battlefield. I've stopped streaming it completely. Just because I'm going to be releasing products later this year that are going to be generative AI free, and I feel like it's kind of being two-faced for me to say that, like, my brand is going to be generative AI free and then support a game that utilizes it. Degenerative AI. As an AI hater, that one is new to me. Yep. I mean, there is a lot of degenerative AI out there. But yeah, I mean, I think a lot for Battlefield 6 hinges on what happens with what happens with Season 2. I mean, like I said, I hope that they'll kick the generative AI. I would like to come back to the game. I hope they fix, like, the issue. Like, honestly, the saddest part is it's like, if they had just given me Battlefield 6's graphics in a fully no changes made re-released version of Battlefield Bad Company 2, I feel like I would have enjoyed it more than what we've actually gotten with Battlefield 6 thus far. And I don't know what happened, like, because it did at first feel like it was cool. It felt like it was good. And I was really, really enjoying the game. And then I don't know, man, it just like the experience just felt like it took a nosedive off a cliff. And now keep in mind, you know, there is the world in which part of that is like a skill issue, right? And I won't pretend that it's not. And other people started to learn the game, and therefore the like the overall like whatchamacallit, the overall skill level of the player base increased, and so therefore comparatively my skill level went down, right? Because if mine didn't increase at that same rate, then essentially it's going backwards if the bar is moving up. And so there is the potential that there's some of that, but it's just like, I mean, the game gives you measuring tools to actually show like how many hit registration problems and things like that you're having. And dude, I sat there and went back and like watched my videos, and just sat there and watched the like hit registration graph, where it tells you like how many hits that your client registered versus how many hits the server registered and things like that. And I mean, the game was literally taking away roughly 20% of the shots that I fired, right? Like, what? Like, excuse you? 20%? Like, that's insane, dude. And it's like, I'm already bad enough at this game as it is. I don't need the game to make me even worse at it. So yeah. So it's like you combine that with all the generative AI nonsense and everything like that. And yeah, I hope that they can turn the ship around. I hope that they will get rid of the generative AI, but it's EA. It's like, you know, I know they won't. They don't care. My money doesn't matter to them, and that's fine. But it does mean that I'm not going to promote their stuff here on my channel. Oh, this is not what I want here. Okay. I actually need to, well, first, let's actually name this appropriately. 2.5 foot elevation. Yeah, we're executing a script. Sorry, my brain stopped temporarily. Nope, not token exits, token enters. And let's take that off. There we go. And this one's 52.5. And we'll update. Oh, no, I need to set the height parameters above below. 47.5, 57.5. Got that. And now you can quickly see why I threw the height of this level all the way up to 90. As you can see, our height is escalating rather rapidly, right, towards that. And I actually think by the time we get over here, because we've got stairs that are coming up here, we've got stairs that are coming up here, meaning that this is actually the highest elevation point on this map. By the time we get up here, we might be at 80 feet. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, so now is when I need to go back here, because I realize I did not put the next tier up over here, nor did I do one here, so... Okay. And I guess I don't think I've actually mentioned it yet today, so this would be a decent time to mention. So the maps that I am using for this scene come to us from Seafoot Games. They are not a sponsor in any way, shape, or form, but they are awesome map makers. They are who I have exclusively utilized for maps for my D&D campaigns for roughly the last, at least 5 to 6 years. And I love everything they do. At this point, they have a collection of thousands and thousands and thousands of maps. And you get with their Patreon like hundreds every single month. Luke, the guy who actually designs all of these maps, he's a super cool guy too. And they've given me permission to utilize these maps on stream and for my campaign and things of that nature, and we're in talks for, potentially me utilizing them for the maps that will be in supplements that I produce and things like that. But if you want to check them out, you can go over to Seafoot Games or search Seafoot Games on Patreon, Seafoot, all one word. I will include links in the VOD and the description on YouTube as well if anybody wants to check them out. Like I said, not a sponsor, but they're super cool people, and I love the maps that Luke makes, so I definitely want to give them a shout out since they're kind enough to allow me to utilize their beautiful resources in my endeavors here, so... Uh, We'll create our next little band right over here. It almost feels like it kind of slopes up out of here. Like, so this sort of feels like a recess until you get up to that point. Right. And then the only other piece that we need to start creating steps up from here are these literal steps. So this is where my math brain has to plug itself in here. I'm going to have this be a 10-foot rise, right? So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 steps. And so if I'm creating a 10-foot rise, then that's going to put the upper elevation here at 60 feet. So I'm going to need 52.5, 55, 57.5, 60. So 4. So 1. So essentially every 3 steps needs to go up. If we've got 12 steps, so we'll do that. All right. And then we're on to the next. And this will be the final elevation level on this side of the map, but clearly we see that this is going to end up going to 60, and then I was wrong about the 80. This is going to end up going to 70. I mean, I guess I could do it to 80 if I just really wanted to. Although, how many? Oh, man. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so it's 12 steps again. So yeah. So it's gonna be same thing. 10 feet. There we go. Although actually I just realized, because if I want the top to be where it hits 60, then really I need this to be 4 stairs because I need 3 tiers on the stairs. Okay, so we'll go back to our shapes. And this is such an easy shape to draw. We'll just redraw. Okay. But we don't need that yet. All right. So now we're on to the next. So I do think we will actually be able to finish the region layer today. Not only that, but it actually looks like I will probably have enough time afterwards because we've still got about an hour and a half left. And a lot of these last regions I feel like are going to go pretty quick. Especially once we get over to that other side and I'm just drawing like the regions within the like confines of that temple. That's going to make those super quick because there's not even really, I'll look at it again once I zoom out, but I don't think that there's even like a plateau or anything that the other section of the temple on the other side is sitting on. I said these last regions were going to go pretty quick. Although I suppose this one really isn't taking that long. Also suppose I don't really have to draw around all of the edges of these walkways, but... And I guess I'm not, really, but... Oh, no. And that is the unfortunate nature of when you attempt to go too quickly. And if you click too many times in rapid succession, it will close your image. And that, as it stands, is pretty much unsalvageable. So you pretty much just have to blow it up and start over. This would be really cool, actually, if... I know that Foundry does not have this functionality currently, but had I a tablet... Now, it does actually have touchscreen functionality, but it won't work in the way that I want it to with this. So I tried it once on a tablet when it came to like drawing and that sort of stuff. And unfortunately, what ends up happening is the way that the touch, so it's a module that someone has created that allows Foundry to work with a tablet. And if you're just controlling things as like a player, it's great, actually. It works really well for that. You know, it'll let you, you know, click drag your tokens around, and, you know, it'll let you open up your character sheet and all of that. It's actually really, really functional. And so you can, even if you were in a game where your DM is using Foundry, and you want to be able to play from your tablet, just ask them to download the Touch VTT module, and that will actually allow Foundry to work with touchscreen. Now, I haven't tested it with a phone, and honestly, I'm pretty sure my brain would break if I tried to look at all the details from like some of the scenes that you can build in Foundry on my phone, so I have no idea what that'll work. In theory, I suppose the module is just enabling touch screen capabilities, right? But the downside is for the creation side of it, because I tried logging in on a tablet once under the Game Master profile, which gives you drastically different tools. So like if you were to log into even this game as a player, all of these region controls and that sort of stuff, you wouldn't have access to those. You would, as a player, you would, you know, have and experience all the implications of like the regions that I've drawn and that sort of stuff around the map. But you would not be able to actually like create any yourself. And so therefore you wouldn't have access to those controls. But I have tried logging in under Game Master and doing something like this. And unfortunately, the way that it works is it's like once you put the pin down, because that essentially gets treated like a click. And as long as... Oh, forgive me. As long as you are holding that, like, even like a stylus, let's say, down on the map, right? Then it will act as though you are click dragging. The problem is because it can't, unlike a mouse, right, which is what Foundry is set up for, it's tracking the movement of my mouse in between clicks for me to actually like draw these shapes, right? Well, unfortunately, it's essentially the Touch VTT module, because Foundry doesn't have that natively built in, is just allowing a touch to simulate a mouse click, a left click specifically. And so, unfortunately, it doesn't really work because you... Trying to think of how to best explain it. It doesn't, because it won't track the movement of the stylus between taps, right? So the way that in theory, if it tracked the movement of the stylus, you would have to do it is like you would go around tapping all the points where you wanted to drop, you know, one of these sort of like anchors that I'm like kind of putting down to create this image. Or create this line as I'm clicking around. And unfortunately, because it can't track the movement and it won't jump to the point where you touch. So essentially what ends up happening is it like just auto closes any shape after your like first click drag. So it would, in theory, work for just creating something like regions with squares and circles. So you'll notice over there on the left-hand side of my screen, they're a little bit grayed out, but you should still be able to see them. You should notice the like circle and square options there. You can utilize those to just create actual, just perfect circle, perfect square regions, right? I'm just tracing these lines around a bunch of uneven spaces, so clearly that functionality doesn't do a ton for me, because I'm not dealing with many perfect squares, circles, that sort of deal. But yeah, it would be nice if they got it to the point where it had native touch functionality, and then these lines were something that with like a stylus you could just draw in on a tablet. Oh man, I feel like that would actually make this process go a lot faster, at least for these steps. There would be certain other things that I would probably... I feel like my process for scene creation would flip back and forth between tablet and PC at that point, if they had that functionality. Come on, go that way. Go that way. Please. Was flailing around wildly earlier when I was just trying to mouse over things, and this time it just wants to fight trying to move at all. Come on. There we go. Rounding the home stretch here. And then the last part of the process, once we finish these guys up, all of these height controlling regions will go in. We'll create the teleports that we need to like move tokens up and down the staircases, transition them between the levels of our map here. And then after that, we'll do a little walkthrough, see if we can't put our token all the way at the lowest recesses of the map and walk it on up to the highest height. And if everything has been programmed appropriately, which I believe that it has, we've been fairly diligent with all of that thus far, then we shouldn't have any issues in doing so. And we should be able to do so without having to make any manual height adjustments, which seems like a very small thing, right? But it's what allows for me to feel like I can play with this sort of level of verticality in the maps that I utilize for my games without feeling like it's putting annoying or sort of like burdensome pieces on the players, right? We'll just let Foundry handle all that nitty-gritty for us. We'll just let them enjoy the benefits. Oh, no. Okay, this one is salvageable, though. Man. Thankfully it is. Yeah, it is. Okay. All right. So we'll go ahead and assign this its height. We'll give it its script. And now to create a rather sizable hole. And so this is the perfect example of how you can use the creating a hole function to fix mistakes sometimes. All right. Right, and then should just be able to come down here, connect, and voila. It's like we never screwed it up in the first place. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser for Foundry. Any case. All right. So let's do our next little chunk of stairs here. And then this is the part that should go pretty quick. So we can update that region, unselect, grab our draw tool again, do the next stairs. Boom, 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 boom. This is the only one at this height that we need. Hooray. We like that. Just quick and easy. 57.5 feet. Which means 52.5 here and 62.5 here. We'll give it our script. Ta-da. And then on to the next. And this one, because I'm going to have walls in place that are going to kind of handle a lot of people like not being able to walk in some of these spaces for me. And the only place that I really need to worry about these regions being are inside the walls, right? So I'm just going to very quickly knock these guys out. And it doesn't really matter in this case if it overlaps the walls, because I will actively be using walls, not the walls that you visibly see on the map that are part of the map, but the walls functionality of Foundry to actually handle the rest of that for us. Yeah, and then this is going to come all the way across here. I do need it to come out to here, though. Okay, man. Ta-da. And yeah, like I said, it won't really matter that the rest of the region is, you know, at anything else. I guess the only other thing that I will change, yeah, no, I'm going to leave it just like that, because this hole that you climb up is actually significantly farther of a climb than either of these two staircases over here. I am going to go back in and put in a little like recess portion here because I'll have the teleport bring people out here. So I'll take care of that in a moment. This is going to be 60 feet in height. Means 55 there, 65 there, and we'll give it the script. All right, and then before I forget about it, this is the one that I want to just give a small area to here. There we go. And then we'll deselect and we'll come back to handle the next set of stairs. So every 4 stairs will be a 2.5 foot rise. So and that's going to make this 57.5 and this 67.5. And once again with the script. Token enters 7.5. And because I'm just basically repeating the same process over and over with each of those at just different varying heights, that's why I'm not really describing a ton during that portion and just kind of trying to go quick. So that way we can get into this last little region here. Nope, let's unselect you and select you so that we create new. this one's going to be super easy for us because it's essentially just drawing a square. As a matter of fact, I could, even if I wanted to, use the square region tool, which will also let you create rectangles, not just perfect squares. And I could just very easily come in here and just do 2 rectangles, but at this point, I actually think doing that is faster rather than just connecting 2 independent shapes. And then this will be 70 feet, which we've reached the top. I'm going to go ahead and leave this upper region, the upper portion of our levels at 90, even though that's 20 feet above where I need it here, because I don't know for sure whether I'm going to add any additional assets. And what I mean is kind of like on the other map, how we built a roof for that section of rooms, and it sort of became another internal watchtower, right, for that facility. We can actually do something very similar with this, and we could create like an upper sort of castled tier to this structure here. I could do it for the whole thing, honestly. I don't know if I want to do that or not, but whether I want to or not is going to be determined, and whether I do or not will be determined by, well, my apologies. I will need this to determine the height of those if I decide to do that. So until I decide for sure that I'm not, I'm just going to leave that up at 90. I can adjust it back down if need be. And even if I do decide to go ahead with that, I may end up adjusting it back down at that point. But for now, that's why I'm going to leave it, even though it is hovering 20 feet above our highest level here. Ta-da. Bam. All right. So last remaining items are to create our teleports. So let's drop back down to level 1. And here we're going to filter the top at 40. Actually, we'll filter the top at 35. There we go. Should just let us see the regions here. Oh, right, because the base of this is at 35 feet elevation. For sure. Okay. And so we're going to do a couple little things here. So first, I'm going to grab this 27.5 because this is a fairly long stairwell. I feel like this is actually going to matter here. So I am going to go ahead and put this region in. I wasn't sure whether I was or not. I've decided that I am, so we'll just very quickly take care of that. There we go. And then where is, aha, these are our stairs down here. So we'll do the same thing. Okay. And then this is where trying to decide how best to do this. I think overlapping is probably the best, so I will go ahead and put in height adjustment here, and then we'll just create a little space at the back of this that'll handle the height adjustment for us, or that will handle the teleport for us, and it'll overlap this space. Cool. All right, so next piece we're gonna do, we'll deselect this, and then we will come to the back portion of these stairs. No, that is not using the selection tool. I'm using the draw tool. Thank you, Foundry. Okay, so we'll do this. Bam. All right, so south cave stairs bottom. Or I guess we'll call it lower, since that's what we named the level. South cave stairs lower. Elevation, the token that enters this is going to be at 30 feet. And this one I don't particularly want it to grab from above or below. As a matter of fact, I want to set this at exactly 30 feet for both. Reason being is that the height, whenever you set up a teleport with a token in Foundry, or with a region in Foundry, essentially what will happen is, if it is teleporting from a higher height to a lower height, it will automatically adjust the height. If it's teleporting from a lower height to a higher height, it'll automatically adjust the height there. But if you set parameters, right? So I've set this to 30-30 because I want this at exact 30. Whenever it's going from a higher height to a lower height, it will set it to whatever the highest elevation that you've given the region that the teleport exists in, right? So I want any token that teleports to this space to be at 30 feet when it teleports to this space. So I don't want any margin for error. I don't want it to, you know, put it at 35 potentially or anything like that. I want it to be right at 30, so that's why we're not giving this a buffer zone. And with the catch, we don't have to worry about the catch as much with teleports like these, because there's only a single point of entry, right? So any token that's entering this space that will be asked, do you want to ascend these stairs? Which Foundry will actually ask them that, and we'll go through that here in a minute, is already going to be at this height, so I don't need to worry about it grabbing from any other height. Also, though, part of the reason why I might do overlapping in situations like this, when I want the teleport to be exact, but I still want in a very close proximity, height shifting, kind of like this, region for a token's height. So we're going to do teleport token, create region behavior. We're going to do allow choice, and we're going to call this ascend. Boom. Update the region. And so now we're going to come up here to our upper portion, right? We'll put this filter back here. And then we will draw a whole new region. Yeah, just make sure I have nothing selected. Then tell it to draw. And then we're going to do south cave stairs upper. And then this one, when it comes up, I know that I want it exactly at 40 feet. And then we're going to teleport token, create region behavior. And this one we're going to call descend, because this will be the one that will send them back down should they choose to utilize it. And then we'll save. And now we'll take off all of our filters so that way we can see both lower and upper, right? And then here's how we're now going to link the two. So I'm going to start with my ascend behavior, right? So with my ascend behavior, I know that I want my ascend behavior to send them to the upper stairs. So we're just going to copy this document's UUID, right? And this document is tied to our region here. So we'll just enter that. And bam, south cave stairs upper. Update region behavior. And now we'll do the same thing on the opposite side. So this is descend, and I know if I'm descending, I want that to go to the lower. So we'll enter that, hit plus, we see south cave stairs lower, update. Double check each again. Lower, upper, corresponding. Right, update regions. Ta-da. We've now tied those two together. So now whenever a token enters one or the other, it will be asked. Actually, wait. On the upper, did we do ask? We did allow choice. Okay, cool. It doesn't ask to ask. It asks if you want to allow the choice, which will then cause it to ask. Anyway. So now we will come back here. Let's filter this back to max 35. Drop into our lower region again. Okay, well, that's exciting. Okay. Yep, shapes. Let's get rid of the second one. That is the only downside of filtering. Nope. Unselect, please. Thank you. Is you can have a region selected that you can't even see. Right. This should now be creating a new region for us. It is. So we'll call this North Cave Stairs Lower. Again, we want to be right at 30. Behaviors, teleport token, send, allow choice. Awesome. We will deselect, refilter, go back up top side. Okay, we still have that. All right, let me unselect this really quick because now I'm worried that I've accidentally deleted something that I didn't mean to with that. So let's drop in. Okay, you exist. Okay. Weird. Unfilter, make sure we've got nothing selected. Refilter, and then now we can pop back up. Create our new teleport. North cave stairs upper. All right, and then this one we know we want to be at 40, so I will just set both parameters to 40. And then behaviors, we'll go to teleport token. And then we're going to call this one descend again, and it's allowing the choice. We'll update. All right. So now we can unfilter everything. And then we have our north stairs upper, north stairs lower, right? So I'm just going to put them on the right and the left for lower and upper. So our ascend, we'll grab this. Boom. And our descend, we grab this. Boom. Right. Unselect. We'll filter to max 35 again, and then we will, boom, drop it down into here. Then we will do a new region right along here. Temple stairs lower. Once again, we of course want that only at 30 feet. And then give it a teleport. Ascend. Allow choice. Update. deselect, filter back to 40 plus, jump up top. And here we know they're going to come out at 60 feet in elevation, right? Because when we mouse over this region, we can see that height there. So we'll grab our drawing tool and then temple stairs upper. And this one is at 60 feet. Because we just checked that. And then behaviors. Once again, we're going to give it a teleport, and we're going to call it descend. And of course, allow the choice. Update, update. And let's get rid of our filters so that we can see lower, upper. And here we want this. And here we want this. Did I actually? Yep, that's what I thought. So that is the, you have to actually hit that. The little plus symbol. Otherwise it didn't add it. And I realized like right after I did it, I was like, I think I just hit it and clicked update. And for the longest time with V12, I actually just thought that that functionality like wasn't working appropriately because every time I was like, I've put the UUID in here 1 billion times. And it's like, oh, maybe click the little plus sign next to it. There's sometimes where you go to the Foundry Discord for help. And then once you get the answer, you feel like an idiot. And you know what? But sometimes it's what you got to do to learn. Nothing wrong with making mistakes, as long as you learn something from them. That is the important part. And then we have one last teleport that we're going to put here. Thankfully here, we can filter this to 40. Because, yeah, this looks like a whole ass circus right now with everything unfiltered. Then make sure everything's deselected. Perfect. Actually, let me unfilter again and make sure everything is deselected. Okay, cool. Everything is in fact deselected. And then we're gonna create a new little region here. And I'll just name this region You're Neurotic. No, I'm just kidding. Ledge North. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm going to trash that. Do I have it on this side too? Okay. Yeah, it doesn't actually. Okay, so this is the only side where I'm going to have one. Because that was going to determine whether I named it like north or northeast, northwest. You know, that sort of thing. Okay. So, ledge north. Teleport. climb south. That's what we'll name this one. Update the behavior, that is. And then here we will unselect you, select you, and then we'll come in and draw another happy little region. Was getting lots of Bob Ross comparisons last week, so now the drawing happy trees is the thing that pops into my head whenever I'm doing these streams. And then this one's also going to be at 40. Both top and bottom. Behaviors, we're going to teleport the token, and we'll just call this one climb north. Allow choice, update. So south, north, here, this. And here, this. They both there. Yep. Yep. Boom, boom. And voila. We are, in fact, now completely done with all of our regions. So now is the time where we can unfilter here. And we see the insane menagerie of color that, of course, only exists on the region layer, thankfully for us. So not something that we have to worry about showing up as we actually have a token move around the map. So here is where I will go ahead and we will drop a token in. Let's see here. We'll go to the lower. And then we'll grab our little player character test token. And then we'll just do a little exploring and see if the heights adjust appropriately. Okay, cool. Heights all adjusting appropriately there. And we can see that our token is going to be able to go underneath these bridges and that sort of stuff. Unfortunately, it won't create the visual occlusion that we might like for some of those sorts of things, but well, it will in some places. We will get into that. We'll have the visual occlusion. What I mean by that is, unfortunately, I can't make like this hut because it's actively part of the map, right? I can't make it disappear when somebody goes underneath it, much as I might like to. And I do think that this is the one portion where I didn't have a walk up. Maybe I do. I'm going to have it go across the pit that you're not supposed to go across. Maybe there was a spot here that you could get up. Could you? No. Okay. Yeah. And we'll use walls to handle it not being able to move through some of these ledges and that sort of stuff. Okay, so yeah. This is the place where this lower level is something that somebody would have to actively, like, jump into. So I did have it to where there weren't any abutting regions that were going to shift the height of things. Let me quickly filter this to 35 and double check that over here. So this is 15 feet. And this is 20 feet. Oh, so it would. Okay, so you could get up over here. All right. So I did have a place. Okay, I thought that there was at least one spot. Okay, so let's grab this token again. Let's just make sure that it does, in fact, do those things. So it hops off, right? Goes back up to 20. That's right. I forgot that we had different heights on the walkways over here. So yeah, we should, yep, 20, then 25. Yeah. That's all correct. And then it shouldn't, if we walk off this bridge, yep, correct, just like it didn't bring us up to the top of this when we were walking around underneath it because we set all those height parameters correctly. All right, so no elevation changes here. So all of that is at, but we'll test the elevation changes in this, like, corridor here, right? Right, comes up to 30 feet. And walls and things like that is how we'll make it to where tokens can't move through like these huts and stuff like that. Yeah, so does shift height down, shifts height back up, shifts height back down. Yep. Would you like to teleport the player character to the South Cave Stairs Upper in Desert Village? Yes, I would. Ta-da! Look at us. We're here. We made it. Right. Then we'll climb our way up here. And we can wander around on this bridge. Right. We should see that this takes us back down. Yep. Should let us walk around underneath it. I know it doesn't actually go underneath it, but as close as we can kind of get to that. Okay, yeah, and this whole upper portion is all the same height, so that part we don't need to worry about. So we're good there, so we'll go ahead and, yeah, we've got this hill over here. And then we're just going to quickly test the other side of these stairs here. Yep, okay. So that works as intended. Ooh. No. Okay, well, but that's why there's choice. Yes. And there will be walls in place up there that would prevent me from just like walking through. Because right now I can just like walk through all that. And it's largely just me choosing not to, right? That's creating... Yes, okay. So both sides of these stairs work. And since I can go through walls, we'll just ghost it on over. Right, yes. Okay, let's make sure the down works too. Yes, okay, and the heights are being set appropriately. We're seeing what's on the right. Well, I guess we can walk through walls right now. There's no walls to test there yet. So make sure we can go down our stairs here. And last but certainly not least, we'll climb out here on this ledge. Oh, no we won't. No, we won't climb out there on the ledge. So from this side, because of the height, this would have to be set manually. So I'm going to manually set this so that I can test this. Ta-da! And ta-da. And then climb. Okay. All right. Well, pretty happy with that. Looks like we got all of our levels in correctly, or all of our regions in correctly to control our token height. So we are good to go there. So that means the next step of our process will be to start building walls. So let's just do that. We will drop down to the lower portion of our map. And then this is where I want to look at the region heights, right? Because that's going to let me know like what height these huts and things like that are actually at. The other thing too is I want to put some doors and windows on these guys so that there are broken up sight lines from both sides. So we will go to our handy dandy wall controls. And I'm trying to decide how best to do this, because there's a couple ways that I could go about this, and I'll demonstrate with the token. We'll just go ahead and pull one of these over here, and we'll set it at 25 feet because that's where this would exist, right? Bam. No, 25. Cool. Weird. All right. So with the walls, normally what I would do for these would be terrain walls, right? Because essentially I want, oh, right, I forget. Ha ha ha. Doesn't automatically connect everything anymore, because, so now I'll have to control click to get it to create the lines that I want it to. So ta-da, ta-da, ta-da. We'll just do that very quickly. So this is normally what I would do here so that it blocked vision behind, but so that you could still see that this is very clearly like a thatched roof, sort of cottage steel. But I think I'm almost going to treat this more like a normal wall. And I'll show why, because even though I can't actually have all the innards of these little huts fully like usable and fleshed out and everything like that, because there's not going to be a way for me to like pop the top off of these guys. In a perfect world, in my perfect world at least, let me preface, in my perfect world, this map would come with a bunch of open top huts and the asset that would let me like put these roofs over the top of them so that way I could actually have tokens like walk in and have that included and all of that goodness, because I love those types of nerdy things. However, because we can't do that, I do still want to simulate people being able to be inside these spaces, right? And I want to give this a little bit of life, especially because we're talking about FPS 5e, right? The supplement that I'm going to be releasing, the thing that we're playtesting, is by nature is going to make 5e pretty lethal, just with basic weapon attacks and things like that, comparatively to your standard D&D 5e game. And so things like cover, giving yourself more defensive posturing and things like that in certain situations are going to be much more important. So I want to have the ability for sightlines to be broken up by going inside these huts, things like that. So I do want to actually give them some like windows and walls and doors and things of that nature that are interactable with. Now, there is no guarantee that there will ever be a combat here, right? But there's a very real possibility based on what this place is and the decisions that the players make that there could be. And so I want it set up to be able to be like tactically rewarding for my players to utilize their surroundings. And I also hate the thing in games where it's like, and I don't know, tell me which side of this that you fall on. If you would, you can put it in the comments on YouTube, or if you're here in chat, I'd love to know your thoughts, but tell me which side of this you fall on. Are you I would rather this just be completely blocked off, but me be able to see that it's a thatched hut and it's just a thing that I can't go into or interact with, but that like blocks some line of sight and movement and things like that? Or would you rather have this be an interactable thing, but know that from your perspective, it's going to look like your token sitting on top of the building, even though you're technically inside? So yeah. Let me know your thoughts. I feel like I could visualize personally, like being inside, even though my token might actively display over it. And so I want to give my players the interactability to be able to utilize those functions. And so that's how I'm going to build it out. But I would love to know your thoughts as to which of those would be your personal preference. So I've already done that, not how I want to. So yeah, I'm just going to put these inside the bounds, and I need to control click of this sort of thatching, a little bit. Cause essentially I want to have enough there, where people can see, what the outer portion of this is. But it's not completely blocked off, right? Now, here's the thing you're going to notice here is it's automatically going to set these heights for me because I'm drawing walls inside of a level. Now, that's awesome. Now, Now, I'm also using this as an example as like kind of the last thing we're doing today because I feel like it's just more interesting than me just starting to go around and draw these outside walls. I'll probably start again with this next time, and then I'll go to the outer wall portions, come back and do the rest of these later. But to kind of lay out my thought processes for this, because like I said, I just think it'll be a little more interesting than you just starting to watch me draw the boundaries of this giant space of nothingness that won't even really be visible to the players. The way I'm going to approach this is I need to first adjust the heights of the walls. So this is a 10-foot hut. I'm going to call all of these huts down here 10 feet tall. These are meant to be huts for normal humanoid-sized people. So we're just going to call them 10 by nature. Well, I know this walkway is at 25 feet. So that's actually where I need the floor for all of these walls. So I'm just going to grab them all very quickly. And I will go ahead and set my wall bottom height to 25. And then if it's 10 feet tall, then I want the top height at 35, right? So these are the heights of these here. The next thing I'm going to do is actively unselect everything. I am actually going to delete this segment. And I want to put in a door here. Same thing. Bottom 25, top 35. And then, oh, nope, I don't want doors still. Draw in this segment. I'm going to move this back because I also am going to put a window here. And then another wall segment here. And then even though these two are different, this is the great part about that wiki mass edit tool, right? Is I can select these two totally different wall types. And I can make these adjustments here, and the only adjustments it's going to make is to the actual height. I don't have to worry about it adjusting any of the other parameters. The window stays a window, the wall stays a wall. If I attempted to do that by clicking in here and made any changes, it will automatically, whatever I leave these as, so right, this all says normal because I clicked on the normal wall, it will then change this segment of wall to match this one over here. So that would be an unfortunate situation, which is, like I said, why the wiki mass edit definitely comes into play as helpful. So that's why Shift E to open up wiki mass edit instead just takes care of that a little easier for us. So now what this is going to do for us, we've got our token here, right? So it can see the edges of this building. So it can see what this building is clearly, right? But it's now able to walk in, walk inside. Not only that, but there's a window here that it can potentially look out of to see things outside, but then also be able to get back behind cover, right? So this opens up that tactical like sight line for one of the players to be able to play off of. And they can even go so far as closing the door behind them so that now they essentially have just created a peak for themselves. So that's the intention of why I'm doing that way. So the other two things that we're going to need to do, so there's two more pieces of this to fully create one of these little huts, right? Besides just these walls that we'll need to utilize. And the first of those is we're going to have to go in and we're going to have to grab, what happened to this door? Why is it green now? You know what? I don't care. It's still working like a door. That's weird. Is it acting like a terrain wall? Oh. Oh, interesting. You know, I don't think I've ever noticed that before. Huh. Yeah, I guess I've never gone to try to edit a door while it was open, but yeah, I suppose a door does effectively just become a terrain wall once you've opened it. Crazy. Anyway, things you learn in the moment sometimes. So moments like right now, actually. So the other two things that I'll have to do here is I'm going to come in here to my tile browser, and then I'm going to go into my assets folder, and I'm just going to go to my textures, right? And it really doesn't matter which one of these I pick. I'm just going to grab metal because why not? I'm going to slap this guy on my map here. Cool, thank you. I'm going to move it here to kind of this corner. And then what I'm going to do here is kind of like we did with our bridge and like we did with the that sort of castle tower that we created on the other structure, is I'm going to first bring that here. And then I need to set an elevation for this tile. So we know that, so what this is actually going to represent is the floor of this building. So, and there's a good reason why I'm doing that, right? And we'll show why here in a minute. So we're going to set the floor at 25, right? Because we know that that was, and then top height, we're also going to set at 25. So I only want this to exist within that 25-foot space. And then occlusion mode, we're going to do vision, token field of vision. That's always what I want to have set on this because that is going to allow the token's field of vision to occlude the tile. But here's the next part of how we're going to handle this. What I'm actually going to do from here is take my appearance and I'm going to drop the tile opacity all the way down to nothing. Essentially, this is why I said it didn't really matter which one we picked, because now what we've actually done here is created a floor for this character. This character is now standing on a floor without us even really realizing it. And I'm going to demonstrate now what I mean by that. So let's take another token. I'm going to drop them right down here. We'll have them move here, right? Let me go back to my tile. Oh, I think yeah. I know what's going on here. I think it's because of the technical angle that it's at. Right. So now, yeah, it was because of the angle that it was at. Technically, it was going to be able to see it underneath this, like, walkway, right? Right. So that's why it's able to see it there. I still feel like that should actively be blocking line of sight somehow. We'll see once everything's all said and done. But yeah, essentially, I want it to be to where there can be somebody underneath one of these walkways, right? Underneath one of these buildings that they're unable to be seen. Or that like actually blocks line of sight. And so I knew it did it for our bridge before. For some reason, it feels like it's not doing it as appropriately here. Could just be the height differentiation between the two tokens. But we can clearly see that while inside this building now has a floor, right? And this token can no longer see this token here, neither can this token see the other. So there you go. That was the whole point of why we made those shifts, and why I am going to be building out all of the huts sort of in this place like that, so that I can create those interesting sight lines and things like that for players to be able to play off of. And then what we're also going to do here, so I'm going to come back to my tile browser. I'm going to come back to here. I'm going to copy. I'm going to pasta. And then I'm actually going to do elevation at 35 feet. And then 35 feet. And then vision, token field of vision. Boom. And then I'm going to put that right on top of the other one. And then this is going to act as the roof. So if anyone decides to try to climb onto one of these roofs, they now have the ability to do so. And we'll demonstrate that with the token here, right? So we know they can't see this. They're inside the house, yada, yada. But now, theoretically, had I not set that other tile in place, had I raised this above the point where these walls went to, which was 35 feet, so we'll just set this token to 35 feet manually. Nope, 35 feet. There we go. I wonder if it's because there's gaps. I think I might have to make the walls in the same shape. And that's why it's allowing them to see it from like outside here. Yeah. So that's what you can see. There's like the tiniest little gaps between where I drew the walls and those. Okay. So I'll be able to close up those seams a little tighter next time. And we will make sure that all of these little huts are working appropriately for the purposes that we are looking for them. But that's how we're going to be building out all of those. So I figured, like I said, that was going to be a more entertaining finish to today's stream than me just sitting here and starting to draw all these outer walls. So I'll do another example, or we'll actually finish working out the kinks with this guy when we get started. Not tomorrow. Tomorrow I will be streaming Pioneer with Reaper. So we'll be getting back into the roadside picnic inspired stalker universe MMO RPG FPS. Oh my god, that's a lot of abbreviations. But in any case, we'll be getting back to that tomorrow. Looking forward to that. Always love playing with Reaper and love getting to stream and talk with him. So I will hopefully see you guys for that then. For now, we are going to find somebody to raid. So let's see who we can drop in on here. I have... Let's see... Well, doesn't look like I've got anybody out of my normal go-tos, so let's see who new we can find. Let's find a new friend. Ah, here you go. Along the same lines, D&D, co-working, prep, chat, and advice. Let's see what the vibes look like here. Maybe not. All right, well, this looks fun. It says TPK incoming, right? Ah, okay. Well, it says I'm unable to raid. Oh, here you go. This is Dungeon Alchemist. It's a different TTRPG tool than what we're using for Foundry, but oh, this gentleman Wolfie Quest looks like he could use some friends, so let's hop in. All right, guys. Well, again, I very much appreciate you guys watching today. I hope that you all are well, and I will look forward to chatting with you guys again next time. Thank you so much.